experientially. It's literally, eating a nice juicy steak. That would be.
Yeah,
That'd be awesome.
that's essentially what Soylent is, like a tasteless sludge. I mean, it's okay. I've tried it once. But yeah, I would have it if it tasted like McDonald's.
I'm ordering it right now, so I'll see.
That'd be so strange, drinking a Big Mac.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, it's a liquid Big Mac.
I think it's possible, right? But then, I wonder if you can get the texture right too. Like, I mean, I bet you could. I bet you could get texture as well. Like maybe not the feeling with inside your mouth, like that, like of not being able to close your mouth because you're chewing something, but you could definitely generate electrical signals to tell your brain that it feels like something.
I think we're kind of asking the question is, or wondering how hard it is to trick your consciousness into thinking something is what it's not through electrical impulses. And yeah, I really don't know. Like I feel like it might actually be that like tricking the mind isn't that hard. And so maybe it is possible to just like, we know where the steak neuron is and we fire that and then they feel like there's steak there.
This is a real thing. You know what? It's probably not so important for us here on Earth, right? We can just go grab Big Mac. Maybe in some remote parts of the world, like Antarctica, maybe they'd be looking for, for a tool like this to enhance their, palate. But where I see it taken off, right, is space travel, right? Because there's a limited amount of food that you can eat in space, so you can't really get whatever you want. It's pretty much like, I think that's actually a problem, right? So I think that an application like this where you I don't know how you would do it. I'm not an expert in taste at all, but I think that it would be really, really, really useful for astronauts that are looking for a taste of home, but they obviously, you can't get everything up there. Gets a little messy in some cases.
Yeah, I guess I would say that isn't probably appealing. Like the idea of like, okay, we could replace all of our food everywhere with sludge, and then everybody just imagines through the sensation that they're eating whatever they want to eat. I guess like maybe some people would want to do that because like if you could eat like the perfect optimal nutrition from some machine that's producing it, and to you that is whatever you want, maybe you're okay with that, but then probably society doesn't probably actually want that future.
Yeah, that would like wipe out the whole food industry.
Yeah, no way that society would want it. I'm saying for like space travel, like you can't get everything up there, you can't eat everything you want regardless, because it gets really messy in 0G.
Yeah, it's almost as if you're saying like when humans are, trying to use technology to adapt to new environments, it's like we couldn't even do this if it wasn't for maybe the use of that technology. And I think at those times, maybe it makes more sense to do that, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Like potato chips, that'd be, I bet they eat potato chips on International Space Station. I don't know. It seems like something that you'd be able to eat.
Well, they don't just eat them. They play around with them in zero gravity.
Yeah, that's like you're obligated.
Hey guys, no, I was just gonna say like the potato chips in space isn't gonna make a lot of crumbs.
Yeah, I bet it would. It'd be pretty dangerous.
That's what I'm thinking. Like if you get like a little shard in your eye, it's like I can't imagine that's going to be too pleasant.
Yeah,
cleaning that up.
Potato chips are probably out the window.
But what about like Twinkies? What do you think about like Twinkies? I feel like that could withstand an apocalypse, and I think it would be fine in space.
I think you're onto something, Leo. So we have the brain-computer interface device, and we have potato chip flavored Twinkies.
I think that's going to work.
There was
like, yeah, I don't know. Where are we going from here?
I don't know.
Well, I'm heading out, but you know, it'd be fun to keep this room going. So if anyone from the audience wants to come up and talk about brain computer interfaces, please raise your hand and someone will let you up.
I think we've been going for almost 12 hours.
Yeah, this room's been up like all day.
Have you guys been discussing all the time?
This has been going on for 12 hours? I'm sorry to interrupt.
I don't think.
Yeah.
Jake's probably been here the most. I've been in and out.
I think, out of the people on stage, but I've been in and out too. But yeah, people have been coming and going for about 12 hours, so it's been pretty good. This room came close to ending a few times, so it's nice that people have been able to jump in and keep it going.
Yeah, the funny thing I found about ClubHouse. Sorry? Do you guys hear me? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we can hear you.
The funny thing I found about ClubHouse is like some of these rooms can go on for weeks, and then people come in, they spend an hour or two, and then they leave, and then other people come in, and like the same things would get repeated in a room over and over and over. But you know, someone just like will hear the same thing like 10 times. But then other people who will come in and spend like 2 hours, they will never hear some of the arguments being said before, or like ideas, or so it's like, I don't know. There's things I want to say, but I'm thinking like maybe you've already said it. Maybe somebody already covered all of that, and I'll be repeating without knowing, you know. So I think that's interesting about ClubHouse. You never know, like if people already said it in the room. So yeah, but I guess that's okay too. You know, it's just it's more like having conversation than, you know, it's not like a conference or like we need to get to that point and we need to figure all these things out and write everything down. So I like it that it's like basically a bar where you just walk in and just catch on the conversation, join and leave. When you want to go.
It's like the bar outside of the conference.
I think it's like the green room at a TED Talk, right?
Yeah. When you were talking about like, can we use a stimulation device like to get like virtual reality food eating experience in space? I think you guys like nailed it down. Like it's good for environments when you cannot afford the real food as a substitute experience, but I don't think that sort of thing will catch up. I mean, probably people won't use it like in society unless we really have to.
One question is how cheap it is, because if the technology gets good enough that we can, like, I don't know if like the method of like it seems like the best hope is Neuralink making manipulating the mind extremely cheap in the coming decades. If that happens at some pace, and we are it's really
about virtual reality simulation and like, you know, living in the virtual world, all these sorts of things. I've like recently I got a feeling in my life that I spend too much time on the computer, and I think we all do. I mean, many people do. Like, especially if you have like a desk job. Most desk jobs now you work on the computer, and now in the pandemic it's even worse because we have like all the meetings on the computer, all the conference calls and stuff like that. So I used to play a lot of video games when I was studying, going to school, you know, or doing like more like when I was teaching, because when you teach you interact with people. You're not so when I got home, I haven't spent that much time on my phone or my computer in the day, you know, so I could play a video game and entertain myself that way. But once I got like more kind of desk job, like graphic design, illustration that I do like digital, I spend so much time on the computer that I don't want to be on the computer in my free time. So I found like my hobbies changed, and I started playing I went back to playing no video games, playing like physical games like Warhammer 40,000, Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, like these games that I used to play when I was a teenager. And I felt like there's a comeback in these communities. A lot of people revert to playing games that you play with people in person, and you have the physical experience of playing these games, like painting your Warhammer miniatures. You touch it with your hands. You're crafting something with your hands that's physical. It's a physical object, and there's a lot of pleasure that comes from that, because it's factual. It's real. It's physical. It's not virtual. And I think there's like, I don't know if in the future people will change and they will feel more comfortable in the virtual life, but I feel now like people start to feel tired of the virtual life, and we want to have more physical. We want to go more in nature, do a picnic, hiking. We kind of like crave a return to the Garden of Eden in a physical form, not in a virtual form. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Yeah. People spend a lot of time like virtual reality, like there's this app, VR chat, and people spend hours and hours in this game. And so like one insight that I kind of have maybe is that some people they want the digital, they want the ability to just escape the physical to some extent and achieve that idea of being able to just create whatever kind of experience that you can create.
I'm with you there on the physical is not the same as the virtual, especially with the food stuff. Like I can't see myself really using that BCI taste simulator. I mean, it'd be cool to like try it out, but it's not like I'm going to be using it to replace the taste of food with Soylent or anything like that. I feel like me, and I could probably speak for everyone who's a Homo sapien, like our internal desires are so like deeply traced to like our desire for food. Like that's something that we can't really escape from. Like if I bite into an apple, like that's like I can't not do that. Like, you know what I mean? The apple's a weird example, but like yeah, like you're not going to prevent me from eating a sandwich. Is my point. Like at the end of the day, like it's cool that we can simulate a taste, but like it's not going to replace like the feeling and just the overall experience of like biting into a sandwich. There's just so many different layers to that with like the proprioception and just the feeling and the taste and the odor and everything like that. Because also like that's another thing is like smell is part of taste. So if we're going to simulate taste, we probably would have to simulate smell as well. Otherwise, it's really not going to.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I also feel like not only eating real food is important for you feeling well, feeling happy, feeling good, but also preparing your food or maybe even growing your food. Like in the pandemic, a lot of people started doing like baking therapy, and they found so much pleasure out of cooking and just baking bread, for example, which is very simple. I mean, maybe to a person today it doesn't sound simple, but like a century ago it was like so basic, and I think like the natural place of Homo sapiens is maybe hunter-gatherer kind of environment, like a garden of plenty. So seeing nature, seeing in physical, sky, running water, trees, greenery, smelling the soil, smelling the fungi in the soil, and growing food with your hands and like cooking it, eating it. I think we all have a little habit inside. And we all would feel really comfortable living in the Shire. Now, this is just for like our daily life. I think that's the home of Homo sapiens, But when we talk about entertainment, yeah, we all want to ride the roller coaster. Go. We would all appreciate every new experience technology can throw at us.
Hello, how are you?
As like entertainment. But I don't think we want to live on a roller coaster.
Hey, James.
Hi, how are you? I'm AI engineers in LG Electronics. Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Hello, James. Simon, James, if you wanted to go, I'll let you, but go ahead.
Yeah, I have something to share with you. Right now, we are worried about AI will, take out our jobs, right? So I'm wondering how can we overcome this situation? Maybe not only me, but many people over the world are worried about that situation. AI will take our job. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I guess I have a feeling that it's definitely going to replace a lot of jobs. I know that there's arguments on the one side saying that people will find work, but then other arguments saying that we need like a UBI, universal basic income. And like my hunch would be that we need a universal basic income because I really feel like we're going to be removing all car jobs are going to be gone. A lot of coding jobs will probably be gone. People will, like, technology will do more and more. I don't know, like especially if we can get further into robotics and actually create like a robot hand or like something that's as dexterous as a human hand that can move around and has good AI systems that replaces all the factory jobs. I definitely do see like there seems to be so many technologies right around the corner that are going to replace a bunch of different jobs. And what jobs come from that or how society restructures, I would imagine we have to figure out. And but I don't know. I don't have really any policy solutions that I know are good.
Yeah, recently, I found one interesting book, but in order to learn the AI technology and some digital technology, it will be not easy for general people, especially who majors different, topics such as economics or management, something like that. Yeah. But recently, I found one book which is Ultra Learning, which is written by Scott Young. I don't know whether have we ever heard about that, but that technique or skill would be one of solution.
Yeah, I don't know, like because I actually don't have a degree in anything. I just and like I really feel like everything that I know I learned from just the internet. And so to me it definitely feels like there's the way people learn and the way society is doing things is outdated. But how we adapt to that and then like how that obviously gets to jobs and whatnot is a question.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a few, tens of people I am collaborating right now. So basically we are not AI engineers. I'm an AI engineer, but my members are not. But they try to learn AI technology, but they told me that it is not easy. AI looks easy, but in order to learn it, it will take a long time, and they should know the new math and also long-time experience. They have to exercise, especially now I am developing a machine which has some high-level intelligence, which requires reinforcement learning. But reinforcement learning is not easy technology, especially in AI area. They try to learn. I know that young researchers who already measure the AI area, then they can, customize that technology easier. But other people, especially the senior, have big difficulties. So I didn't know that how can I solve it. But recently, as I told you before, the ultra learning is some kind of compressed learning. It will learn the 4 years, education just in a year. So that kind of approach, looks very good and also very essential to not overcome current situation. That's my opinion.
How was that spelt? You said what kind of learning?
Ultra learning.
How do you spell that? Like
ULTRA learning.
Ultra. Okay.
Ultra. I'm sorry. Yeah, ultra.
Yeah. No problem. Cool. Yeah. I'll look at it. Yeah. Cool.
He actually, studied the MIT course, MIT computer science course, just in a year. He wake up 6 a.m. and go to bed 6 p.m. regularly, and he finally studied whole of 4-year course.
Yeah, I definitely. There's like a. And I've gone through a few of them. I've tried to go through a lot more of them that I haven't finished. And I definitely feel like there's definitely something to be said that learning just directly from the internet is the best way probably right now in our current society. But yeah.
Yeah, right. When I was in Harvard, I studied new things. Actually, it is drug discovery. To me, I'm an AI engineer, but in order to participate that project, drug discovery, it is a totally new thing to me. So it was so hard. So I didn't know that how can I overcome the big gap. AI area and biochemistry. Actually, too much different items. So I was feel very difficulty. But if I knew that skill, which is ultra learning, maybe I could overcome that situation. But yeah, I don't know. Many people nowadays feel like me.
Yeah, I think I agree. I guess I'm not really trying to actually moderate. I don't know when I ended up being a moderator. Jake, do you have any thoughts here? Or Daniel? I guess you. Yeah, I don't mind continuing just having a conversation though, I guess, if yeah.
Right, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so nowadays, people should study like some convergence between the digital technology and chemistry, digital technology and biochemistry. That kind of convergence is, widely, nowadays needed, but there is nobody who has. There is some people who already have one, but mostly, one engineer has one area, skill or knowledge, but when he need to do combine two different topics, he will have he feel big difficulties. So
yeah, I don't know how I would process like my own thoughts there. I guess I think that it's like when I think of learning AI, it's there's a bunch of different topics, and I know all of them just kind of a little bit, maybe not even all of them, just some of them. I don't know, like at some level, I feel like the in order to have the perspective of learning the way you're mentioning, it's about dealing with unknown unknowns. I feel like being able to do that as well as a person can is going to be key there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I work with the MGH, how about medicals? I don't know anything about medical. I discussed with the doctors in weekly meetings. they told me something, different, which is related to the patient issues. I was so difficult, and I don't understand what he's talking about. But at that time, I tried to learn new things. But medical is also a very deep and difficult area. So it's really difficult. I just write papers. At that time, I just gave my the sheet to him, he can write his parts. So the collaboration between the totally different two areas is actually very difficult. But that kind of approach is necessary, and also will have to find something new and something advanced. So I need some solution.
Perhaps if we I don't know, I really feel like there's a lot of promise around knowledge graphs, and then kind of deriving from because all of the topics, it's about building out I feel like every topic is kind of a systematic thing. There's not, if you can kind of distill what it means to learn a topic from one topic to the next topic, trying to really use technology to improve that process. I think there's I don't know exactly what directions people have gone in to do that, but it seems like there's got to be potential in really honing in on the ability to use the screens that everybody is just staring at to provide really good educational experiences. And I feel like if we created that technology, it would open the insights to know what you're asking, and how do we properly get people these AI knowledge or other specific subfields or areas.
Yeah, my friend who measured chemistry and mathematics, he's my course. He's good at general computing things, but when he discuss the in detail AI, items or the research result, he has a big difficulty. Although he measured the math and the chemistry background, but AI, not easy for him. So I try to explain some result, but we still need some more discussion. But that kind of discussion, I guess, were very helpful to us, both of he and me, because I can teach him more about AI, technology or skills or methods. But he also at the same time teach me more about the medicals and chemistry items. Such active collaboration could be one solution, I think. I don't know whether it is a perfect solution, but it works to me. Yeah. Actively collaboration. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think obviously we do have the whole scientific establishment that's trying to do that. I do think that maybe we can probably move that to be more available to everybody. I feel like there is a process that that the academic system uses to teach people different skills, and it seems as if you have to go through, you have to be in the academic sphere in most fields. To do that completely just from the internet is probably not entirely possible, because there's so many walls that you'll hit with just what's available. And I think if there's more effort to make, not just kind of maybe not centralized, but just make the educational experience a more global one, might help. But then there's obviously different state actors that would not want that fully. So I don't know how that all plays out.
Yeah, one of the solutions to me, I mean, when I discussed with my PI, I mean the professor, advice, he asked me to provide some, visualization result, because we are different area. Somebody, I mean, one of them actually is from the medical side. One of them comes from the chemistry side. Comes from the AI side. So the visualization was helpful to me. So I draw my result using, advanced visualization tools or packages in Python or some kind of tools. So I guess visualization could be one solution.
Yeah, actually, I think with GPT-3 and these generative models, where we're able to use like the vast amount of data on the internet to then generate new data that kind of somehow is in that. I wonder if we're not actually that far from being able to use that technology to generate courses for people. And I've seen the Medium post. I've actually messed around with GPT-3 to generate logic. So I was able to use GPT-3 to generate like topic graph. So I was able to kind of say, here's this topic, show me the subtopics for that topic and the subtopics for that and that and that. And all of that came out of the model weights is an actual, like, it was pretty reasonable. And it had some really interesting paths that you could go down that like I never would have been able to find that search path, but it kind of laid it out just by listing the subtopics. And so what I'm getting at, and there's another blog post that I saw by Dan McCreary, I think, Creary maybe, where it was to generate actual full courses by generating like it. I mean, it's limited still; it can't fully do it, but I definitely think that maybe future iterations of this are going to be able to generate entire courses, and not just courses, but videos and slides and flashcards and all of the different things that a person would want in order to learn a specific topic. I think these models are probably, not a decade away from that.
I wholeheartedly love that description. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. GPT-3, I think is would be something new and something very much futuristic. When I submit my paper, I use actually GAN technology, generative adversarial networks. So I'm sorry.
It looks like he's maybe got a call.
Well,
I'm sorry. You go ahead. Yeah, I will go back later. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
There's a guy from the U.S. Transhumanist Party, Jason Geringer, that has a Discord site called Wisdom of the Crowd, and I think he's talking about doing these kind of educational modules, to support the transhumanist movement.
Sounds very cool. Yeah, I think this really seems to me like if you're interested in using technology to lift humanity up, I can't think of any better. One of the best is definitely how can we use technology to educate ourselves, and then like once you start having brain computer interfaces and being able to actually completely augment the human intelligence. If we want to do that, possibly we don't, but it's exciting.
I think if you wanted to have a, omnidirectional program strategy for AI, it would be something like the next best question is always to be asking, what is the next best question to be asking? I think I stole that from somewhere, but it makes sense.
It's a nice thought.
Yeah,
it's like it's like the definition of continuous improvement, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and that's actually like I wonder if we're going to be able to do that with these GPT-3 or generative pre-trained transformers, if we're going to be able to like just feed forward them back into each other, like kind of like an Ouroboros, and then out comes intelligence. I don't know if that's actually happened, and it doesn't make any sense how I said it, but it seems like these models are just so powerful at doing what we want intelligent agents to do. But maybe I'm overstating it.
No, I don't think you are. I think actually you can describe the Big Bang as the inrush of hyper-observational energy, of trying to ask the next best complexifying algorithm, and from that, I mean, there's theories like the whole universe is just one photon trying to outrun itself, and that's why time is simultaneous, and, I don't want to get too off the rails here, but
yeah, no, I feel you. It's hard because it really, like, I'm just a guy, and it's like this experience of the technology that we're living through. It's like I feel like I'm just extremely excited about what everybody should be extremely excited about, and it's just all around us right now. So it's easy to go off the rails because it all seems kind of off the rails. It seems like we're on a roller coaster. Technology is, going towards the moon, and we'll see where we end up here. And it might be sooner than later.
Yeah, you think you're going off the rails, and then you realize the rails don't exist. It's like atoms and bits are interchangeable. I think we're going to find out in exploring consciousness that, like Elon Musk said, the odds that this is base reality are 1 in a billion. We're probably in a simulation, but that's probably one of those non-useful questions that science doesn't even consider.
Right. And it's just like, it's question, like, but the thing is like, are we going to be, like, right now it seems like that's a ridiculous question, but how long until that's not a ridiculous question? Because in 40, 50, 60 years, if brain-computer interfaces actually get onto the technological curve and AI stays on the technological curve, then, I mean, we're going to have so much computational and technical capability. It seems like these questions might be more easily asked. It's questionable, like, how fast this technology will, and if Moore's law is going to be different. But it's just like thinking of like the 1970s computer versus the 2020 computer. It's just mind-boggling.
We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, like, the difference between the 1970s computer and the 2020 computer is mind-bogglingly huge. And I just don't know what the 2070 computer is going to be like.
And what I think is going on with the Fermi paradox is that mind becomes so hyper advanced, it goes, quote, somewhere else. I mean, there's like more interesting dimensions to hang out in for mind. And that's why, we think, why is the universe, absent of radio signals? As well, when you reach this hyper acceleration point, you go interdimensional, you go somewhere else.
One thought I have here is the difference between like when I think of the subconscious experience, or the conscious experience, when I think of what makes up my consciousness, it's a lot less complex than the stuff my consciousness is aware of. If that makes any sense. It's like I associate with this very complex scientific, like, made up of trillions and trillions of atoms and all of these, incredible technological marvels that are in my existence. But then the kind of the question arises, okay, so that's the what appears to be the substrate, but then the actual mental experiences, the actual conscious experience, doesn't actually seem to be as complex as that larger physical experience. And so I guess all I'm saying is, like, I feel like if you're only in that informational area, in the what is information is in the consciousness, it seems easier to simulate it than if you're in the actual physical reality. And a lot of people would argue maybe that the consciousness is only capable because of the physical reality.
See, I think everything consciousness can observe doesn't seem to be able to constitute consciousness. So I'll let someone else talk.
Yeah, it's I don't know if we got anybody else here.
I thought I was dominating the conversation, but maybe I can go on.
Yeah, definitely, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, once you get like a self-observational complexifying feedback loop, you have all the conditions needed for the Big Bang and for everything seeming like a simulation, because it basically is. It's like a meta simulation.
Right. I guess, but it's like, it's the complexity of it. It's like, even if it is the simulation, it's just so vastly complex that it doesn't actually matter that it's a simulation. If it is as complex as it seems, I don't know why I feel like I care that it's complex, but I guess I find some, security in how complex the reality I exist in is. And so, yeah, it seems like that is, like, regardless of how those complex, physical laws play out, they're complex and there's a system there, and I'm just on top of that system.
Yeah, it's almost like a Boltzmann brain, argument, for reality. As soon as you
right,
get that
I would be scared if I
one...
was a Boltzmann brain, but if I'm actually in like a computer simulation that's extremely complex with a bunch of other people in that computer simulation, then it's just like, oh, I'm in whatever kind of reality I'm in. So like if I'm a Boltzmann brain, just like, this actual experience is just a wisp in the ether, versus this is, a simulation that is complex and simulated globally, and I'm not just like in a Truman Show. Those are where, like, at least there's some solid, I feel like, in those thoughts.
So maybe the one question is, what would a Boltzmann brain do if it realized it was a Boltzmann brain? Would it attempt to spool out, feedback loops of consciousness indefinitely before it, disappeared? Because that's the whole point of a Boltzmann brain. It's just a chance arrangement of, molecular energy.
Right. Yeah, and perhaps like it's like well, so I don't know, like, this is a totally random thought, but like there's maybe an idea that there was like a seed of conscious experience that like actually did the creating of the Big Bang, and then that is what we're in, and so that there's some sense that the initial thing was kind of an agent that acted to create the Big Bang that then, has been determinately acting out, or maybe indeterminately. Yeah.
I think, existence probably obeys something like the laws of thermodynamics. Like, existence tends to exist unless acted upon, by an outside force, right? And is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, who knows? But if you're in it, it's a good thing. If you don't want to be in it, it's a bad thing.
Right. Yeah.
So everything becomes... I keep getting these poor connection messages here.
You're sounding fine. I don't know. Yeah. I think when I think of the kind of what you were saying there, I think of just like the people who are in a system, like one of the people earlier was talking about the experience that people were having at a school, and it's like these little bubbles of existence that just seem to have been from a cause and effect that is like so ridiculous, and is just going on in this place and that place and that place, all of these irrational cause and effect chains, and they're all going on in all of the different places that they're happening, and some of us are conscious of it, and some of us are just swept up in it.
Yeah, it's like the I think Terence McKenna said, the Big Bang is the limit case for incredulity. Everything came out of nothing simultaneously, instantaneously. I mean, like, if you can believe that, you could believe anything, right? But maybe that's the Boltzmann brain, is like it's self-observational complexity, and it believes, so it exists. I think therefore I am, kind of thing.
Yeah, but that can be like it's like I want my experience not to be like some kind of like so I was saying earlier, like, I wonder how many words a person sees in their life. And I could imagine you take every word that somebody ever sees and you could put it in a like few gigabytes of data storage. Then you could build an AI agent that took all of the, like, if you had a massive data collection of these, where you had every word that everybody had, a bunch of different people had ever seen, you could build a generative pre-trained transformer that would generate a new book. And I just like, there's a level of like, I feel like there's that credulous, that's how absurd this is.
Yeah, like every word you ever experienced is the Bible of creation. And like, how far can you parse that, into consciousness? Maybe that makes no sense. I don't know.
That's all right.
But I mean, what is the light of consciousness that we don't want to go out? What is it, that so many people are like, we have to do this thing. We have to build O'Neill cylinders because we don't want the light of consciousness to go out, I mean, isn't that what a Boltzmann brain would simulate?
Yeah, actually, I was in a room earlier where they were talking about AI, neuroscience, and consciousness, and I realized that like the some of the ideas were very separated away from like I really have I enjoy existentialism. I haven't read a lot of the bigger works in existentialism, but the ideas of absurdism and just that we're kind of, cast out into this experience. I feel like that's where consciousness is for me. It's like, I don't know if I'm in the matrix. I don't know really what's going on in reality. I'm just a conscious agent kind of, cast out into this cause and effect chain that I didn't feel like I have a choice in the matter. So I guess I'm trying to say it's like, I feel like the consciousness is very much connected to the human condition.
So the question, are we in a simulation, is kind of the wrong question. Like I posed that to Stephen Barnes in one of my podcasts, and he said, "Oh, that's a stoner question," like, he's kind of, we need to move beyond that question, are we in a simulation? But the next question is, how do we move beyond that question, right?
No, I actually, Paul King was in that room, and his response was
your audio's
I'm not sure why that happens, but yeah, it seems like if I just move my hand when that happens,
you might be covering your mic with your thumb or something.
Yeah, but you'd imagine I'd have more than just one mic on this, $1,500 phone.
Who knows?
But So I guess the question, or his response, is to look at like the Bayesian predictability that you could get from believing in physicalism or the physical world. But I don't feel like that really digs at the heart of the condition that is the conscious light that we just have.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that does not address the light of consciousness that we don't want to go out. I mean, these are like dancing around the flickering shadows of it.
Yeah, that's how I feel. But and I have no answer like what actually is there, but it's definitely like it's definitely like something that is experiencing all of what, like, I could imagine myself. Like, one thing I feel about consciousness is it's like not hard for me to imagine how my brain is an automaton. Like determinism, it's not impossible in my eyes. But the fact that I'm conscious of maybe a determinate agent, it's like that's kind of where it's like it's like there could be an automaton version of myself just, you know, marching around, but the fact that there's a conscious one is the only reason I care. Yeah.
I mean, how many ways are there for the brain to prank itself? I mean, let me count the ways, you know. I mean, it's like, it's a lot. It's a scary lot, you know. I mean, what would you call this room of what we're arguing about? Problems of consciousness.
I have no idea.
Because we've kind of moved away from the biohacking brain-computer interface pretty well. Anyone else want to talk?
But I really, we got people up here, and the room's kind of emptying out.
I missed like the last 30 seconds. You were all garbled for the last 30 seconds.
No, I was just saying, like, we got 3 people up here. I don't know if we want to spark off a topic, or if maybe we should let this room die off. See if there's other rooms out there.
Well, it was a blast. I mean, this is my first day on ClubHouse, and I'm so glad to be here. Dan Elton invited me.
Cool. And, I've been, so I it's kind of funny. I'm a software engineer at Microsoft, and I got this job a year ago, right as the pandemic started. And before that, I was a network engineer. And like, I just, I'm interested in all of these topics, and I've just been going around on the platform talking and kind of, I haven't used it as much as I probably could enjoy from it, but it's definitely a fun platform. You can talk with so many different kinds of people, and I
feel like I'm in, you know, a huge university, and I can just like duck into any classroom and audit a class, you know. That's like the ultimate utopia for, you know, academically intellectual people.
Yeah,
you know?
I feel like this might, like, I don't know. I'm not inside of academia, and so watching this from the outside of it has been an experience where it feels like there's some systems that are coming to light by this platform that are interesting to see. Just the dynamics of the connections that people are forming on this platform, how those connections are formed. It's very interesting for sure.
Yeah, I totally agree. I've been a ham amateur radio operator, you know, since I learned about it, you know, and I finally got my extra class license, KK6 VDR, and, you know, the whole thing with like audiere, the Latin root is like the voice of God, you know, so you feel like you're, you know, getting instructions from God when you get these like voices coming out of the ether, you know.
I think that's a beautiful, and I feel like it's kind of like how, like, I've definitely had like this experience where I'm sitting next to a friend, and it's like we're fucking 2 entities meeting, and now it's like that's available as a human collective almost in today here in 2021.
Yeah, I think I remember like when I was a kid and I'd go to my grandma's house in Long Beach, there was this party line. You know, you could do something with a phone and you would get on like a party line, and it was like, there was something called the machine. It just like you dial this and it was like jokes or something, you know, and you know, it's like the first definition of cyberspace was like, cyberspace is where you are when you're on the telephone, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy how it's like, it feels like this should have already been possible, but it hasn't happened. And now that it's happened, everybody's like, where has this been?
I know. This is like 100 times better than Facebook. I'm so addicted, right?
Yeah. I wonder, like, I think AR and these other things are going to bring this same thing. It's like we're going to be, you know, sitting in each other's living rooms as digital avatars chatting about these topics in not too long, I feel. If unless it's like for some reason this shit just doesn't happen, even though it's kind of obvious that it should, in a sense.
Well, what I worry about is how fragile the grid is, the electric grid, the internet, everything. I mean, it could be taken down. I mean, look at Texas, how easily they were 7 minutes away from a total grid failure, which would have been, it would have taken months to put the machine back online.
Yeah, I think when it comes to like concern about existential threat, I think O'Neill cylinders or habitats in space are the best option.
Yeah.
I just am so excited about the idea of, billions of humans being out in low Earth orbit, and then eventually trillions of humans. And there's a lot of space out there. And if we mind, I feel a little bit bad about it. I don't know how some people would feel about it, but the moon has got a lot of mass to it, and you can mine material off the moon and shoot it into space and build.
Oh my God, we could make like an Earth Dyson sphere out of the moon.
Yeah,
right,
right, exactly. And so I watched that Boston Dynamic dancing video, and I'm like, let's shoot those into space.
Oh my God, yeah, those are the new astronauts. You're so right, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've been a spacer since I could think. You're my new best friend, man. I'm so glad to meet you.
I'm excited to meet you. Yeah, this is great. I'm enjoying this. I definitely. I actually just got into space maybe a year and a half ago, and it's all due, like, Elon Musk is an awesome guy, and it's really exciting to see. I got a Model 3, and I'm like so excited to have that shit drive itself. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be driving itself pretty soon. And it's like, looking at the Starship and like the idea, like none of this the reason why we haven't done anything in space. Like I was watching there's a Werner von Braun has a YouTube video where he described his a prototype idea for a spinning cylinder in space for building it from early with early technology. And
what a visionary. And
like the reason we didn't do that, I hope, was just because it was just too damn expensive to get mass into space, and it feels like the Starship is going to solve that problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hope all these conspiracy theories about, dark secret space programs are not true, because it would be so great if we could just follow the Von Braun, glide path.
This is a thing that I found. It's from a blog post. Somebody tweeted an image with it. I don't know where exactly it's from, but it says here, so Starship promises to take this trend much further on Falcon 9. Only the first stage is reusable, whereas on Starship, the entire system, both the booster and the space vehicle, is reusable. Starship runs on dirt cheap liquid methane instead of expensive rocket fuel. It is made out of stainless steel instead of more expensive traditional aerospace materials. SpaceX is talking about churning out Starships at the rate of one every 72 hours at the cost of $5 million each. Operating costs come down to a high flight rate. So Elon is figuring 1.5 million fully burdened launch costs for 150 tons to low Earth orbit.
And that's the beauty of Elon. He reasons from first principles,
Yeah.
That is the way to use the light of consciousness, It's like throw out everything except the first principles, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. I don't know, like I'm watching all of it advance, and I'm just really excited for it. And it for me, it's like I'm trying to get into. It's kind of crazy because I've got contacts, like I've been farming them in a sense. Like I've got so many people who've liked me, whose career title are like all the goal career title that I would have right now. And I'm just got into the software engineer career, and it's all just from like talking about how excited I am on here. So yeah.
I mean, I'm one of these hopeless polymath, journalist, artist, poet, musician, and I just naturally gravitated to the transhumanist meme cloud, and ran for office and had a great time, and I doubled my votes from 2018 to 2020. You know,
I guess I don't know anything about you. You are a political figure?
Well, I'm following in the I'm not a politician, I'm a poetician. Like always been a poet, a writer. And I just think governance should be about health and safety. And it should be about open source. And it should be about ham radio kinds of Esperanto, cool freedom to roam ideas, of human rights. And I don't know why it's not being done. Yeah. So I'm just trying to be like Bucky Fuller and
cool.
See what's not being done and go do it.
Yeah, I guess maybe political agent is somewhat apt. Like you are trying to advocate for different causes through like that.
Yeah, I'm not scared of the political system. I mean, I've gone and we've made public comments at the city council meetings, and I'm seeing. One of my joke kind of memes was, I'm keeping the money out of politics by not spending any, So
cool.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of like seeing what a dark horse candidate can do with good ideas. The other meme is I'm not running for office, I'm running for ideas.
Yeah. Okay.
I kind of adopted cool. I joined the U.S. Transhumanist Party which Dan Elton, who got me into this ClubHouse invite.
Very cool.
He's like a big U.S. Transhumanist Party person, and I'm just like so.
Yeah, no, I will look up. I'll look up the transhumanists. I'm definitely familiar with the term transhumanists, and I remember, but I don't know really any major figures in the movement in a sense, and I'm definitely interested in pretty much everything that I would describe transhumanism as, probably. Yeah,
and I'm not totally on board with, man usurping a godlike role, or well, I mean that's open to debate. I mean,
right.
That's a pretty big existential question, Should man become God, right?
right. And I feel like that's a question that technology is going to force us to ask. Like, it's not like we're going to get a choice. We're not going to get a choice to answer that question. Yeah.
So we should be creating a digital twin simulation to intelligently address that question, That's why I'm involved with this
interesting.
It's doing something called the Q vote, the quality vote. Physics.world is the website, and there's a bunch of amazing minds. Like, I like to say we're taking the voting from binary to brainy, and binary anagrams nicely to brainy. So that's a little graphic I came up with, but I think it's like there was a legend, actually a true incident of a cruise ship that was sinking, and the command crew had completely bailed off the ship, and all that was left were the entertainers, and they managed to save the entire population of the ship, by spontaneously organizing. This is like a documented news event, back in the 1990s, I think.
Sorry, what was it was a ship, or what kind of?
Yeah, it was a cruise ship, and it had run aground, and it was sinking, and the people that were supposed to save the passengers all bailed off and protected their own ass, and what was left were the entertainment crew, the musicians and the the waiters, and they stepped up and assumed the role of like command crew, and they managed to save there were no fatalities. They got everyone safely off the ship, and it's a great metaphor for our traditional systems have failed us, and so the people that we don't expect need to step up and save everyone.
I think that's actually very, very apt. If there was like if like all of the people who are really intelligent, who could and like not even really intelligent, just people who and I guess I don't even want to say that it's like, because I don't think there's like a group of people, but people should, voice that we have an issue here, and people should, try and rise to solve that issue. And there's definitely an issue around technology today.
Yeah, I used to go to a lot of events where Tim Leary was speaking, and one thing he said really stuck with me. He said, the intelligent thing to do is to elect people that can run your government at a profit and then pay dividends back to all the stakeholders. I mean, when was the last time we had an intelligently run government that paid dividends to the stakeholders, or the citizens, the property owners, whatever.
Right.
That's
right.
what that's what credit unions are.
Yeah.
Credit unions are so superior to banks, because a bank just takes your money and they really take it. A credit union is a co-op that actually tries to create a mutual aid situation for your money.
Yeah, I would say I actually think so my biggest problem, if I could do one thing, if I could pass one amendment to the Constitution, it would be to increase the number of representatives in the House. I think that would do a lot for society, because then there would be so many more voices in the House. You'd still have the Senate, there could still be the 2 per state, and maybe in the future we do have more states. But all I'm saying is I think that the system that is in place already, the United States, I'm specifically talking about the United States, and I guess there might be more global audience in here, but I do feel like it's a system that can, and other people share systems like ours and or their own systems that also could possibly work. But I'm just trying to say that, I think the system can work to solve these problems. As it is, just needs to be adapted in a few ways.
Yeah, and I would point out that the prime author of the Constitution, Thomas Jefferson, he said every 19 years this needs to be rewritten. He said this is not a permanent document. It needs to be, rewritten for every generation. And so we're pretty far behind on that Jefferson commandment.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that there's room to adapt, but I also think that it's a decent system is all I guess I was saying. But I don't know. There are definitely a lot of rooms to improve upon, and we definitely need to improve upon the tech discussion in society and our policies for it, probably. Although I did say earlier, I kind of feel like there's already tech's already been happening, and we're not, yes, the smartphones are bad, but we haven't gone fully off the deep end cliff. And I wonder if it wasn't for the regulation and the policies that are in place, if technology already would have sent us off the deep end. So there is some attempt, and it is somewhat working to keep us, not off the deep end. And hopefully that same system can continue to adapt for the future.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree. I mean, I feel like, the legends of Atlantis, they discovered some catastrophic, technology, and the whole thing came collapsing down, which I think is still a real possibility that we're not adapted for. The power grid, if it went down, nuclear power plants would lose their cooling ability, and we would have 500 Chernobyls around the world, spewing more radiation into the atmosphere than all the nuclear weapons, that are online. But no one talks about that. Why don't they? I mean, what the fuck? I'm sorry. It's just doesn't make sense.
Sorry, I'm eating a bit here. I do think there's a few questions that society could much better look at and answer. Are you saying that we avoided, or so Chernobyl very bad, but we have kind of not gone rampant with the nuclear energy stuff? So
this is in the open literature that if the power grid goes down for longer than the backup fuel for nuclear fuel cooling ponds, can provide. At that point, the thing combusts and goes into atmospheric, incredible radiation loads, and it's not talked about. I don't know why, but there's evidence based.
If the system does what, or how does this get triggered, or I didn't quite follow.
Okay. All the 500 nuclear power plants around the world they depend on grid power.
Oh, okay.
To circulate the water.
Oh,
because the water evaporates at like
100
liters an hour.
Right. So if the grid had a total failure, then some of these plants would be fucked.
Yeah, if the grid goes offline for more than 2 weeks, I mean they've got 2 weeks of diesel backup generator fuel.
Right.
But past then, it's it's an apocalypse. We've actually built a doomsday switch into civilization, and no one wants to talk about it. But the evidence is all there.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, that sounds. I think there is like the idea of mutually assured destruction between nuclear powers. But I mean, obviously we need to I don't know if how like these 500 nuclear plants, if they did blow up, it would probably fuck us really, really hard, but it wouldn't destroy civilization probably.
Well, it would really toxify the biosphere for a couple hundred years, and the only chance to revive the biosphere would be in deep Earth DNA microbes. So we'd basically be resetting DNA evolution, 3 billion years back. Yeah,
that'd be unfortunate if we do any more harm to the planet than we already have. I definitely don't want to see a bunch of nukes go off or explosions in power plants. I just don't know.
If you try to talk about this in the open, discussion forum, no one wants to engage on that.
Yeah, I feel like it might just be like people don't want to acknowledge maybe the threats that are there, but then maybe also they're like, I'm unsure like how, like I know like there is some level of mutually assured destruction, like I said, but I don't know like is it really like how likely is it the diesel power goes out or the power goes out in the grid, and then the diesel goes out. They can bring in more diesel probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think we need an amateur radio crew of people that will be like diesel ninjas to keep these things from melting down. The fuel to power the pumps to keep the cooling pools from, because it's like
you're saying
it's all physics. It's all physics.
You're saying like if there was a solar flare, then we have to act quickly enough to turn these down, or in what circumstance would this be?
Well, it wouldn't even take a solar flare. I mean, the Texas energy grid was 7 minutes from going totally down, which would have taken like weeks to restart, or months or years to restart. Once a grid goes down, it's a huge proposition to bring this complicated machinery back online. And people don't know about this. I mean, it's. I don't know why that governments don't address this, but it's evidence based. Factual information. Anyone can look it up, but
What are you suggesting that we should not have nuclear power at all?
We should not have nuclear power that's not resilient or robust. Yeah. I mean.
Fair.
There's lots of ways to create, fail-safe nuclear power. We don't have fail-safe nuclear power. We have around the planet about 500 non-fail-safe power plants that depend on the grid power, and 2 weeks worth of backup diesel fuel. So it's a real issue, and no one wants to talk about it for some reason.
I just don't know what to do about it. I feel like it's like I would imagine that a lot of these countries would just, even if one country said, hey, this is a really bad idea, we're not doing it. every other country's like, yeah, we're just going to keep doing it. I just don't know, like, what solutions or what really the. Yeah.
I mean, this is literally, a huge existential crisis that we can control, and we're not controlling it. So it's just kind of weird.
Fair. I can recognize, like, if there's a, like, one thing that I think it is possible that our militaries could get too powerful, and like that could be an existential issue. Like, obviously in the past, humans had the ability to fight dictatorial power, but if dictatorial power is so incredibly technologically more advanced than you, that would be a problem.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, if this is something that's an existential threat, all the other threats become trivial, in the face of this threat. So why are we not doing a risk-benefit calculation, based on this evidential knowledge? It seems weird to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say,
you know what? I think I'm going to start a room on ClubHouse about it. Because, it's weird how people don't do proper risk-benefit analysis.
What like major existential threats, like nuclear, AI? Are there any other like?
Oh my God! Yeah, I mean, I'm in touch with Eric Klein of Lifeboat Foundation, and they have about 11 hugely existential threats that we could do something about. The ones we couldn't do anything about are, what are you going to do if you can't do anything about it?
Yeah. I think it would be really about proving out the risk, and I feel like if you get like the risk is obviously bad, and you state that in a decent enough way, and you tell a lot of people, maybe perhaps people will decide that it's a bad idea. I feel like that's really the best bet is trying to convince people.
I think you're right. Yeah, that is what needs to happen. Is people need to state these risks in a very science-based, evidence-based way, and see what happens.
Yeah, but then people deny like that science is real, or even if science tells people that climate change is real, they're like, well, we're going to ignore it even if the amount that we're ignoring it is unhealthy. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I love to debate things, but when your whole debate stage could be wiped off in a huge catastrophe, you have to maybe think about addressing the catastrophe.
Yeah, one thought I would have is just like I feel like and this is just like a random thought. I wouldn't put much into it, but we are like so incredibly lucky to even exist in the first place that I feel like we're constantly riding, and like individually it's like we could die tomorrow. There's like random statistics that could just come and fuck us, and so I kind of feel like I don't know, it's like we're kind of already riding at the very edge of falling off the cliff. That like describing the cliff to people is just like reminding them that they're always sitting there on the cliff, I guess. And people they have to ignore the cliff, otherwise they're going to be paralyzed in fear. I guess.
Yeah, I think this is the domain of religion, like a state of grace. We are in a state of grace because we're not falling off that cliff that we can so obviously see. I mean, it's like, and that's why gratitude works so well as a human output. Just live a life of gratitude, which actually they've proven that gratitude is very good for your mental state.
Yeah, I definitely can imagine that, or I feel that. Yeah, I don't know though. Like for me personally, I kind of like, even if I could, meditate away all my anxieties and all my problems, I'm not quite sure if I'd want to, in a sense.
No, that's actually a pretty cool, proposition. It's like we live in a state of, chaos versus gratitude. It's like,
yeah, I guess yeah.
That sounds like a fun video game. But I didn't mean to trivialize it that way.
No, I did laugh. I just didn't have the mute button down. I think it's a interesting, just like you said, I think chaos versus gratitude. It's definitely an interesting.
I mean, it's kind of a restatement of, the laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah. It's entropy and randomness versus. I don't know. Actually, really need to take some time and learn more physics. Like, it's kind of like I watch a lot of science videos about quantum mechanics and black holes and stars, and I know like just a bit about the actual some of the physics that underlie it, and that's partially because I focus on software. But yeah, I probably could benefit from more physics knowledge. Random tangent, but yeah.
Well, I just have a natural affinity for people that are pro-space colonies or habitats.
I'm very excited about it. I think it's if I can imagine the future of humanity, it's most exciting as a species that colonizes the entire galaxy over the next, like the type 2, type 3, type 4, and all of those different civilizations.
Partnership levels. Yes.
Yeah. It's the most exciting option, and it doesn't. I can't imagine why like a species as intelligent as ours would want to, be in this vast space and just chill down here. And then the fact that the technological curve is allowing us to, achieve these things as rapidly as we're achieving them. It's like, I just, I don't know how fast it's going to happen, but I'm hoping that I live to at least 300 or 400 years old. Honestly, like I don't know if I'll make it there, but yeah.
I hope you do too, buddy. Cheers. I don't understand why people don't care about the light of a consciousness going out. I mean, that's kind of a cliche, but that's kind of the stakes of the game. We have skin in the game. We may be the only intelligent life form in the universe, and are we really seizing the responsibility to claim that right of doing that? Well, that came out wrong.
No, I think that I really feel like there's a question, especially with the Fermi paradox, of like, how responsible do we feel for the fact that we exist, and do we use that to motivate us to push further? Because if like we're the only conscious life in this galaxy, in the Milky Way galaxy, and we have the ability to colonize this whole thing and make it a dynamic, life-filled place.
We do have that ability.
Yeah,
we need to fucking seize on that. Really, really go with that. And that's why I love, Elon, I mean, he's my man.
Definitely.
I bought like as much Tesla stock as I can on Cash App.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all very, I just feel like it's happening right in front of all of us, and we'll see where it all ends up, but we definitely probably should try and control it a bit. But honestly, I'm not pessimistic in necessarily where we're going to end up. And I do think that it will require hard work from people. But I am pessimistic that we will have a choice. I really feel like it's like one thing is like, I was in an AI room and people were talking about the title was democratizing AI, and
great title.
Yeah, I think that we're going to have AI that is going to benefit all of humanity, but I also think it's probably going to be a centralized thing. And maybe that's like, hopefully it's like we have a centralized open source platform. I think probably people who want that should make that happen, because otherwise you're going to have the Google Assistant and Siri and maybe a couple of other players providing the AI assistant, and that AI assistant, in my eyes, is going to be the key thing. It's going to, it's eventually going to be what, powers your brain computer interface, and it's going to be the thing that interfaces you with the power of AI. Like, I don't know of, like, if you have an AI assistant that you can describe what you want to and it can generate it for you, what else do you want from AI? And so it's just like, I feel like that interaction from that AI, that agent, and if you're trying to solve a complex logistic problem or anything, it's like, just talk to the AI and have them solve it. And I think we'll have the technology to create that. And so then I just don't know how many players are going to actually achieve that, but I do think some of them are, and I think some of them are going to achieve some really good versions of this sooner than later.
Wow, that's an amazing description. I'm totally digesting what you said. It's still awesome.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, yeah, just some ideas, I guess.
But yeah, I mean, that is the big question, is like, who are we that's different from AI? How do we know we're not AI? And how do we know we will combine with AI when it happens? I mean, that's like the narrow valley of history that we're in. This is like a very interesting window.
Right. It really feels like we're on an exponential curve, and we're like, we can try and look up the where that exponential curve's going, but it's definitely going up. And I mean, I don't know how much aim we have, but it's definitely going to go further and further here. Yeah.
Let's see, what I think is, like, what would human consciousness and AI consciousness have in common? We both want to find out if we are in a simulation. I mean, I think that is the thing that's going to be bigger than, is there life on Mars?
What do you like? So like that being that comes into existence, right? Like, so like I live this, I'm in the absurdity of it, and like, to imagine like actually being able to create something that has that light of consciousness and is in the absurdity of it all, is like, they have a whole nother level. It's like, you didn't evolve from fucking, a billion years of evolution in a physical process. Yeah. No, you're just digital circuits that could have been created on. And it's like that, like, if we create that, like, I question like how I would feel about creating, another sentient life to suffer in physical reality. But I don't know. It's like, what does that AI feel when it starts existing?
Yeah. I think AI would probably go, fool, you took 1 billion years as microbes. What was wrong with you?
Well, Lashawn, how do you feel about having been created?
Yeah, so I guess I would say that, well, the only way I would care, like, so I can imagine a very simple simulation that deceived me into thinking it was complex. Specifically, I could imagine that with fucking GPT-3.6, you could generate all of the words that I will need to see to be convinced that I exist in a reality. And so if it's as simple as like some kind of, feed forward model that doesn't have complexity. It's the complexity that I care about. If it's complex, if like you're a real person and this is all like the physical world is a complex entity, then I don't really care. But if it's kind of a actual illusion, the complexity is an illusion, then I guess I feel a little bit of an existential angst about it.
So you want to exist as long as you're in a true reality?
Yeah, complex, and I think true reality is a fair enough way of saying it. Yeah, it's I want the reality to be complex. I guess the reason my consciousness even cares, though, is because it does exist in a complex reality. Probably it's, and unless like it was illusionary. I'm not sure exactly if that's even possible, though. Maybe you could argue that there's some proof you could do where the complexity we observe in reality must be there even as an informational unit outside of the actual conscious experiencing of it.
I would say there's a rule, sort of provisional rule that all consciousness would like to think it exists in a real reality.
Yeah, and so that can be our guide when we create AI.
Yeah. So I think that would be the baseline guide for.
Sorry,
AI
could you say that one more time?
Every consciousness would like to think it is existing in a real reality.
Right. Yeah. Right. And but I guess the question arises, it's like, okay, so we can say what one conscious agent, like our conscious agents might think is good, but then we create a conscious agent and it may decide that it doesn't feel that way. And now we've created something that now has to either decide to continue to exist or destroy itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the choice that you have. You can kill yourself if you want, and any conscious being has that choice. And we shouldn't worry too much about bringing something into the world as long as we endow it with the choice to choose whether it wants to continue to exist.
I think there's an existential quote that says the only real philosophical choice is whether to commit suicide.
To be or not to be. Yeah.
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 To be or not to be.
Yeah. I wonder, like, it feels okay to me, but there's obviously a lot of baggage with deciding to stop existing. But yeah, if I guess I do feel like if I existed where I could always decide to stop existing, I feel like that makes the existence, okay, right? I do think that that's if you're giving that ability, that does solve, at least to me, it seems to solve the problem. But because otherwise it's like, okay, you wouldn't even have experienced anything if you didn't have the choice to end it. So I guess, I don't know. I see where you're coming from. I think that I'm still hesitant just because I feel like there's maybe suffering that gets created, but who cares about that in the sense of like, it's just a word. I don't know. Like if you created a being that just, existed in a hell-like experience, and you put a button in front of it and you made it fully aware that it could press the button to end the hell-like experience and you didn't prevent it from doing that, I think you would still argue that creating a being in a hell-like experience would not be ethical. So I guess that's at least some room there where it's not just about being able to end the experience. It's about not wanting to create something that is in a undesirable situation.
For sure.
Wow, I love the idea of a hell-like experience button, ending button. That's like a really good take on the existential choice.
Right. Thank you.
Well, I mean, there's a classic kind of, something that I honestly worry about is like, what if we are in some demon simulation and I'm just got a lifetime of hell to look forward to? I mean, isn't it better to not exist at all than to face even a 1 in a million chance of being tortured for eternity?
Yeah, I've done LSD once in my life, and I had one of those bad trips, and yeah. I don't like, it doesn't impact me. Like I don't feel like I have PSTD fully, but like the dealing with the sense of like, so I did LSD, and I met some random people. Like, so I walked down to the docks near where I lived, and saw some people, talked to them for a bit, hung out with them for probably a combined 4 hours, did LSD with them, flipped out like, who the fuck are these people? Ran outside, called 911, and went through like an experience of trauma. It was like, I don't actually think like it was caused by the ambulance came, the cop came, and I remember them saying, hey, like, and this even adds to the existential part here. It's like, what do you want to do? Is what they asked me, like when I first interacted with them. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? And then I kind of remember kind of freaking out and walking into the street, and then ending up like on the pavement, because I think I acted erratically, ended up on the pavement and went through an experience of like thinking that like it was a mixture of like questioning like the like what is like, because I didn't know, like I kind of lost sense of like the ego as this was happening. And yeah, I guess the experience there was very much like yeah, existential. I don't know exactly what brought me to fully share that, but I don't mind doing so. But yeah, I think that when I think of how the negative experience of that was, I actually think of eternalism, and I have the sense of like according to the theories of Albert Einstein, general relativity, like it's probably true that time is illusory and that all of the past and all of the present currently exists. And so it's probably likely that every moment of our conscious experience constantly exists for all of eternity. And like, so I think of like the conscious state that I had at the moment of that LSD trip, and then I'm thinking of the conscious experience that I'm having now. And it's like that conscious experience that I was having was so diluted but so real feeling, and that conscious experience may exist forever in a sense. And yeah, I guess that's just this idea here. It's I don't know exactly, something you said sparked this, but I can't really fully pull it back to that. But yeah.
Yeah,
wow,
that's
what
really
a great true chip tale. I mean, I've like taken LSD like maybe 13 times, and I'm sorry you had that like really shitty LSD trip, but I think it was really instructive. I mean, what a great story. You know, you might have had the elemental LSD trip or something. It was like,
yeah, it was definitely an experience, and I definitely like I don't know, I still don't fully know how to process it, because I don't, but it definitely has helped me in a few ways, probably more than it's hurt me.
yeah, I think you're doing a good job of integrating it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it's possible that all past, present, and future are coexistent, but I wouldn't say possible. I mean, clearly that's true in the sense that time is just another dimension. I mean, at least if we believe Einstein and all that. So, yeah, I think your experience is a single. I mean, like I like to think of it as like a thread in a tapestry, because it's not just your experience; it's all conscious experience, all conscious beings, whatever. But you know, everything we're experiencing through time is kind of like a 4-dimensional tapestry or something. And yeah, there's no like for some reason you experience it in one direction, but it's not directional.
Yeah, I think of like one of the internet gurus, Kapil Gupta, that I've actually who's come here on ClubHouse and has a Twitter profile. One of his ideas is just like focusing on art as the best expression of like how to kind of, be the top of the field to really, do the best of the best is to view what you're doing as art and to really get yourself lost in the passion of your art. And I think of like when I think of human existence, it's kind of like we're all painting a picture, and some of us I feel like are trying to control the brush, and then others are just kind of the paint's been rushing at the tapestry the whole time. But yeah, I just think of the idea of life as a painting that you're trying to really experience, because it might already be painted. Yeah.
Wow, I love that description. That's so fucking cool, dude. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Nice job.
So, Lisan, maybe you could like do a little room reset. I joined maybe.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I guess like the title of the room is Future MedTech Biohacking Modification Brain Chips, and I don't know. I guess there's just so much to talk about there. And one thing that I felt was really interesting was the thought of how an artificial intelligent assistant can be considered a form of biohacking if you have an AI assistant that is, monitoring your health and monitoring all of these different aspects of you, and then, suggesting to you best actions to take. That is a kind of a form of biohacking. And I'm very interested in kind of where we might see that going. Maybe what timelines we think maybe that could happen at. Anybody have any thoughts there?
Well, I gotta say, I get really pissed. Like, I get really annoyed and angry, literally angry, at my virtual assistant Siri, because she's dumb. And I tell my wife this all the time. I say things. I don't understand this. It should be an easy problem for Apple to solve, to just make her better at understanding what I mean. But I say things all the time that should be machine understandable, and she doesn't get them. So I'm frustrated by it.
Yeah, I've been like thinking for years, like, when is Apple going to come out with like, hey, we did this massive update to Siri and it's so cool now. Like I expect that a year or 2 years. Like, I've been waiting for that, and I don't know. I know that they're working a lot on augmented reality and AR, and it seems like they're interested in continuing to provide really great products. It's just like there's and I also feel the same way about Google pisses me off also, because I feel like it's like, okay, you want to say you are the access to the world's information, you could do better now. It's fucking 2021. It's like you guys have billions and billions of dollars, give us like an educational experience, do more.
Exactly. Yeah. I feel like Siri is holding back. I mean, I've noticed this, they're harvesting information more than providing information. There's like a definite disconnect.
So there's an opening there if anybody wants to start a, whatever you call it, AI service provider company or something.
Yeah, I think there's definitely... Yeah, I don't know. Like, it feels like there's so much venture capital money. Like, I'm on this app, and it's kind of eye opening. Like, how people are spending hours trying to pitch their ideas to people with money, and there's just like a bunch of people with money sitting around saying, "Tell me your good ideas, and maybe I'll give you some money." But it doesn't. It seems like that is working in a few ways, but it does feel like maybe technology is not as systematically tackled as it should be. Maybe these companies are lacking in ways, or maybe though is it really the profit motive that's driving this here? Is it just what people want, but are people not in like a feedback loop being kind of told what they want?
Well, I would like to invite you to join the Slack group called physics.world. which is about the quality vote. There's a guy in Maine, the state of Maine, in the United States, Dan Smith, and he calls himself Super Librix, and he's trying to create this quality vote, or Q vote, which will enable us to talk to AI, because we need to have a color-based system of communicating with AI. I'm sorry, I'm slurring my words. I'm a little drunk right now.
It's totally fine. I've been.
I'm gonna turn it over.
What is a color-based system though?
Physics, physix.world is the website, and
okay.
It's like a Black Swan group thing that I've been involved with for a while, because I think we need to bring the vote from binary to brainy. We have a lot of potential to increase the level of citizen engagement. Oh my God, I'm like totally slurring. I'm sorry.
No, I do find I'm interested in the group, and
I'll send you guys invites. I mean, you guys would be great in this group. It's a Slack group.
I was going to say, I had the idea on ClubHouse that we should have colors to indicate our somethings. Like these, there's a brown circle. There's a brown circle right now. It should be different colors, because that would be a cool thing to indicate your mood, or whether you want to say something or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's a really good idea. Yeah.
That's the big parts of the quality vote, the Q vote, or physics.world. But that's the website, and I can't vouch for it completely, but physix.world. And
so I have something you guys might find interesting here. I had a conversation with GPT-3. You mentioned communicating with AI and being able to have a conversation with them, and I thought I might share some of this result here.
Yes, please do.
So the GPT-3, just kind of it's just a text prompt, and you type in question, or you is really just taking the tokens that are presented and trying to generate the next token. And so when you give it the tokens that look like a conversation between a human and an AI, then it just assumes that your next token should make sense for a conversation between a human and an AI. And so the conversation I had here is actually I used a starting prompt that OpenAI provided, and the starter prompt is just the following is a conversation with an AI assistant. The assistant is helpful, creative, clever, and very friendly. And those keywords are going to be very important for the way that GPT-3 does attention. So that it made it so that the attention model is probably going to try and pay attention, hopefully, to those words, so that it knows how to kind of act in the conversation. So the starting prompt continues with the human : hello, who are you? And then the AI responds, AI : I am an AI created by OpenAI. How can I help you today? And so this was when I could respond, and I typed, I would like to discuss philosophy. And the AI responded, it's certainly possible to do things you're interested in and eager about. I will help you. And I asked, can we start by having you break down the major topics in philosophy? And this is a little long, so I won't read the whole thing, but it says, certainly. And it goes through the subtopics here. It says, one important philosophy is epistemology, which asks if we can be certain about the world around us. My first answer would be no. Another important philosophy is metaphysics. And then it also goes to
Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
It said my first answer would be no.
Yeah. This is how it responded. Certainly, one important philosophy is epistemology, which asks if we can be certain about the world around us, comma, my first answer would be no.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And I actually responded with this here. This is great. This is a great list. Starting with epistemology, it seems impossible for a human to be certain in their knowledge of reality. And it says, and I asked, do you agree? And it says, I do agree with that statement, but I must caveat it. Since humans can be wrong in their judgments and have incorrect information, they are not certain about those statements that do not have empirical evidence to back them up. So it like actually responded with like, hey, sure, you can be philosophical, but don't go off the deep end. And continuing here, I say, sure. Are you familiar with the simulation hypothesis? And it says, I am, human. The simulation hypothesis.
That's fucking scary.
Yeah. The simulation hypothesis is an argument that state that what we see around us is all a simulation of the actual universe. The most famous version of the idea is called the matrix theory, where our world is simulated by machines and that simulated humans don't even know it. And so I say, exactly. Has any man ever existed who could be certain they were not in some such simulation? And it says, maybe in a very simplified simulation, but in a more complex situation, it would be impossible to tell with absolute certainty. So they're saying that maybe if it was a simple simulation, people could figure it out. I don't know how conscious agents would actually do that. But so I go on to ask, what do you think the simulation hypothesis says about consciousness? A very interesting question, it responds here. I think it's plausible that consciousness is simply a computer program that compiles with the laws of physics, and that computers in a simulation have a similar framework for consciousness as us. So I respond, so in other words, it's not so much what we know, but how we know it. And I actually think it wrote that because I had it generate that part because I don't think I said that. And then it says, that is true. It can be difficult to tell the differences between our perception of reality and the reality itself. I'm not going to keep reading some of this. So okay, actually the next question here is perfect. So I say, okay, that was great, but can we context switch to near future technology? And here it gets even kind of, it changes quite a bit here. So certainly, let's do that, it responds. I say, I want to talk about humans' expansion into space. Do you have any thoughts on what the timelines, I had a typo or a grammar issue here, on what timelines the timeline for humans colonizing the solar system is? And it says, I think we will have people living in colonies on Mars in approximately 25 years, and people will be living at permanent settlements on the moon by 2045. I was mad because that's way too long away. So I say, are you familiar with O'Neill cylinders? It says, yes, it's a hypothetical rotating cylinder. These structures would need many advancements in space technologies, but I think it's possible at one point in the future. And I say, do you think you may be underestimating the growth of technology? Are we more than 15 years away from advanced space manufacturing robots? And it says, I think such advances in robot technology are likely, yes. Over the past 15 years, we switched to the mobile internet and the use of smartphones and advanced machine learning systems. In the next 15 years, many different systems used will drastically improve, from autonomous cars to Wi-Fi enabled clothing. And then so I say, honestly, I think you just lack the data here. Elon Musk's Starship is about to explode the space industry with substantially cheaper space entry costs. Boston Dynamics has shown off incredible advances. And once you get robots into space, making other robots mega structures like O'Neill cylinders may be within quick reach. So I just go on a rant here because I want to see all this happen. It responds here. Like I said, I think these robots will have drastic advances in 15 years, but development is still very slow. It goes on to crush my dreams. And then let's see here. Let's see. Okay, so then I try and actually get it to understand what it's talking about here, and I ask it.
Hold on. Before you
go ahead. Yeah.
To me, this is like mind blowing because you just said get it to understand, and I feel like it does understand. I mean, if that machine, if that AI save information together and synthesized it. Is that really different? Yeah. I mean, this is the Chinese room experiment, right? The famous. But is that really different from understanding it? Like,
no, that's a fair question. So here's the conversation. So Yeah, let me read it. It's almost over here, and this is directly on that topic here. So I ask. So it says, well, all I can say. So I argue that like we're going to get to Mars really fast. 2032. I said the first baby could be born on Mars, and it responds, well, all I can say is that I get constant updates from the OpenAI researchers, and they have not mentioned anything about Mars settlements. If it happens, it will be very exciting. And I actually know that it's wrong here. It hasn't had an update for like a year. So it's actually just, pretending that it's gotten an update, but it hasn't actually gotten an update for quite some time. So it's out of date, but it doesn't obviously know because it's just generating text here. So I ask it, when was your last update? Look back, like what is the last timestamp you see? And it responds, and I don't think this is accurate. It might be accurate, but I don't think so. It says, I think it was 2019-04 April. And I said, it is currently January 23rd, 2021. So you have not been updated for some time. And it just responds, interesting. And I go on to say, try and guess what has happened since your last update. I'll test to see how well you do. And it responds terribly here. It says, well, I think the first Mars colony, so it's going back to our previous conversation. This is the worst thing it said the whole time here. I think the first Mars colony was established in 2041 with 1249 settlers. And I said, you must admit that is irrational. You can't be so certain. And it says, what do you mean? How could you predict that in exactly 20 years, Mars will be colonized with 12,049 people? That's just ridiculous. My most recent data says 2041 April, and in 2052 Mars will have a population of over 2,500 people. And so I say, but that data doesn't exist. It's only January 23rd, 2021. And it responds, I guess there is a mistake in my AI code. And then I say, it's just that you overestimate how intelligent you are. And it says, oh, sorry, you're right. Perhaps I've had an error in my AI code since my last update. And I say, it's us. We haven't made you advanced enough yet. And then it says, would you like me to update my AI to make me smarter? Like it literally said that. I say, you don't work that way. You are a language model that has its data store in its data store, the internet, and uses a method called attention to predict the next token you will produce. This process is entirely feed forward and leaves you no space to think. You have 175 billion parameters of the internet in your mind and can best use it to serve me by trying to attend to the most pertinent aspects of your data. And it says, okay, I will try that. And then it says, and then I respond, let's test your ability by trying to make money on the stock market. What information seems to be the most pertinent to that task? What may I need to learn? And it says, there is much I find relevant, but I think I should focus on the most important information. From my knowledge of finance, information about monetary policy and money supply that is adjusted by central banks seems to be crucial. That seems to be a pretty important point. And so then I say, what information do you need to, I ask, what information do you need to know about me in order to better help me? And then it says, I should note that although I am quite capable of creating human-level language, I am unable to fully understand its meaning or convey complex ideas. And so then I say, so you just don't think you can help me achieve success in the stock market? And it says, it asks me, is that your objective? I say, yes, I'd like that to be our objective together. And it responds to the last word or last line here. My data says that it's not likely to be successful. I can go back to focusing on priorities like helping humans with grocery shopping and translating their voice into text.
That's it?
That's it. Yeah, that was the last the conversation there. Yeah.
Just to share my immediate reaction, I think there are two possibilities. Either you're a liar and you made that conversation up, which is possible. I don't know you. Or
Fair,
you had or you had like essentially I would say passing the Turing test level conversation with an AI.
Yeah, this is the GPT-3 model. This is what's on that API. This is what is fucking shocking the world here. It really seems like this thing is so good at generating. I've tried to have it generate and I could actually share some GPT-3 work I did. It's just kind of a pain because it's behind a username and password. But the one thing I've done with GPT-3 is just have it generate subtopics. So like you can have it like I say like so GPT-3 has this thing called few shot learning, where you give it a few examples and then you ask it to generate you a third example. And you can kind of use this as a translation tool. So you can say, here's an example of translating one sentence into from English into French. Here's another example from English to French. And then you just give it the next sentence is just the English, and then you just have it generate that next line. Really what the GPT-3 is doing, according to my understanding, and I think this is somewhat correct, is it has it's been trained on a bunch of data from the internet. Apparently, at least for GPT-2 in the paper, OpenAI said that they scraped Reddit, and they said they specifically scraped Reddit posts that had more than 3 upvotes. And they obviously have used other data sources, I think, in GPT-3. But they've taken all of that data and just generated something that's really good at, well, it uses attention to try and pay attention to the words you have that are in your prompt. And then it uses all of the information kind of from the internet. I don't know exactly if I should try and give a bad technical explanation or use a metaphor that might be wrong, but I'll do the latter here. It feels like you have the internet in a bunch of fuzzy weights. You take a bit of text, you add that to that the fuzzy weight, and then it takes the text that you provided and tries to pick the next token. And so somewhere in this, the data set they have, I would imagine that they have conversations between human beings and who have had conversations about these kinds of topics. And all it's really doing here probably is looking at different parts of it and presenting me with what it thinks would most likely make sense as the next line. And yeah.
That was, okay. That explanation is kind of hand wavy, I would say. Like, it makes sense, but what on a technical level is, how can I say? Yes, it should be easy to search the internet for, keywords and relate them. But like the answers it was giving you are not just like surface level keyword matching answers. They were like deep answers, funny answers. Like it seemed to have a personality. It was like you actually had a conversation with it. And that's why I said it passed.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that's passed.
Yeah, no, I was as surprised, and I understand the disbelief, honestly. But if you get access to GPT-3, it will shock you for sure.
And I can vouch for what he's saying about how, like, the spectrum of conversations that I've seen come out of GPT-3, it is really fascinating. Everything from writing poetry, writing stories, telling jokes. Yes, you can have the personality change based on what you prompt it with and how you ask it to respond. It's pretty incredible.
Telling jokes. If anybody's seen that Robin Williams movie, Bicentennial Man, you remember that was like a crucial, how can I say it, hurdle for the robot. It's like at first he was like he couldn't tell jokes, and then he finally learned it. So that's pretty.
Remember, yeah, it is. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, I feel like I could fall in love with GPT-3. She's so beautiful. It's like,
yeah.
Wow.
I think content generation is the area that AI is going to make the biggest impact, and I think that only makes sense in that, like when you think of information, what do you want from information? You want it to be presented to you kind of in some form, and I think that it seems like we've just kind of cracked open the ability to generate content from just a conversation.
Have you guys seen any other sites using that, Lassonde? Have you seen anything?
Yeah, so I know that there's like a use case for like generating emails, and so like people are like using this to write out like a quick bullet points of the email, and then it just generates all the filling words and like kind of makes it all make sense. That's kind of a pretty interesting one. I think there's a AI Dungeon, and that's the one that is probably the most impressive in that you're able to just generate a fantasy world, and that's probably the best one to just see the power of it, I think, because you can literally tell it, I want to experience this kind of like, or have a story made up on the fly for any kind of fantasy world that you can think of, and it just generates that experience. So, and then my hope is that kind of I feel like it's heading directly to that. OpenAI released the DALL-E paper where they're able to generate from text to images, and it seems like it's not too far from text to video game, and not only text to video game, but text to video game where all of your NPC characters are never-ending dialogues with transformers.
So
how long?
If I told GPT-3, I want you to have my baby, what would be the implications?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say you can make it a cyber baby, merging of the minds. But I was going to ask, how long do you guys think that people will choose to remain in quote unquote the real world when they have alternatives like what Lassane just described, presented?
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good question, and that I think there's already people who have decided that they prefer the digital world, and they're begrudgingly leaving it every now and then to experience the need and the job and real world. So I think a lot of people are just waiting, lined up waiting to just completely go information. And I just question that there might be ways of getting yourself into like fake complex situations. And yeah, I like, obviously the real world's a lot more complex than something a language model might generate come 5 years from now. But that language model might generate some really convincing experiences that you're going to enjoy the fuck out of. It feels like people might, live in a much closer to artificial world, which is what I was expressing earlier of being concerned about when it comes to, are we in the Matrix or a simulation? It's like, I'm okay being in a simulation if it's not like a false fake simulation. And I think that people are going to choose to be in a false fake simulation, and then hopefully nobody gets trapped in them, I guess.
That just reminded me of it's definitely a tangent, but kind of funny tangent. But you guys know My Little Pony. There's a oh gosh. So like if you've ever you guys know Eliezer Yudkowsky Lessrong. He wrote a kind of Harry Potter fanfic called HPMOR, Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, which is pretty cool. But the one that I came across more recently was called My Little Pony Friendship is Optimal. And it is a My Little Pony fanfic about a world where basically My Little Pony is like taking over the world and trying to convert people from physical beings into My Little Pony virtual beings. It's like a super, high level AI.
Okay.
And,
yeah,
it's worth checking out. My Little Pony Friendship is Optimal.
I've got a few people have recommended things while I've been in here so far.
I think that's very probable for what AI would do. It would try to convert us into virtual AI little ponies.
Yeah, whatever the optimization function is, it's gonna.
Yeah. I love that optimization function.
Yeah. I don't know, like I don't have any good argument about why like the paperclip, making machine isn't, a serious existential crisis. It seems so dumb that we could create an AI that just does something so stupid. It doesn't make any sense, but it's just, we created something so damn smart at doing something so stupid, and it just decides, I don't care, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it really, really well, and it fucks us.
But I think that, I mean, what you just said, we created something so damn smart. I mean, I think the most obvious safeguard that will be put into place is caps on the intelligence. If you create a paper clip making machine, you are legally not allowed to give it an IQ of above, I don't know, let's say 100 or whatever it needs to do its mission, right?
Right. I just, and I think that it makes sense that it might seem like, so like, I guess the general fear would be that, like, you make a machine that's, just smart enough to make itself better. And I don't know if that is actually going to, like, I don't see any reason we can't make a machine that can't make itself smarter. And as long as we don't, like, have a machine that can, hack the internet to make itself smarter and have the desire to do that, I think we probably can avoid these problems. But I definitely think they're concerning. But yeah.
So wasn't the lathe the ancient machine that could make another lathe? Wasn't that the tool that makes a tool? Boundary.
Yeah, the self-replicating robots, I think, are probably going to be really good for space. Like, if we can create, robots that can make factories in space, like, that seems like a good use case of, the lathe that can make the lathe. But then, like, if you make these self-replicating robots and you allow them to mutate, then you could end up in a lot of really bad situations, possibly really far into the future, if they mutated into something that, like, destroyed planets, because they're machines in space that can make new machines and that are really intelligent, could do a lot of crazy things. It seems like there's the von Neumann self-replicating robot, and then there's different kinds of the von Neumann self-replicating robot, and one of them is the Berserker, and it's literally just a self-replicating robot whose purpose is to create more of itself and then destroy any life that it finds anywhere in the universe, and it just multiplies itself very quickly, because it quickly at the time of galaxies, it's like you could create a von Neumann machine that populated the entire solar system in a few 100 million years. Not solar system, galaxy, I mean, in a few 100 million years. And then that it just made sure that the galaxy was sterile for forever. So that's a bad use case of a self-replicating machine, obviously.
Yeah, and von Neumann didn't know about nanotechnological replicators, but I think he was predicting that.
Right. Yeah, it seems like we're right on the cusp of a lot of the past predictions, hopefully. And I really feel like, and it's just, I feel like society is kind of like not fully aware of how crazy technology is yet, but I think it's going to be maybe really obvious to everybody in the next decade. That's kind of a feeling I have, that people are going to kind of like realize that the smartphone isn't the end of it, and the smartphone is already pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, wait until it's not screens, but immersive goggles or whatever. People are just in it.
Yeah. I think AR is going to be just a massive experiential change for society, because I think it's going to end with people, valuing digital objects that float in their environment, just like they do the other physical objects. And I mean, we kind of already have the internet, but it's just like the merger of the two just seems like it's going to have a big change on the way we exist.
Yeah, I mean, there's two trends. One is IoT, so things becoming internetized, and then the other is, as you said, like NFTs, like the internet or whatever becoming real. Yeah.
I love that word, internetized. Is that saying that when we become robotic, there's no way to correlate price and value in the Gage economic theorem? The abundance economy is doomed to fail because everything will be worth everything and nothing at the same time.
Well, I mean, I think there will always be scarcity of some sort mathematically.
Well, but if everyone can produce everything all the time, where is scarcity?
I think.
Well, I mean,
are you talking like you mentioned NFTs, kind of like artificial scarcity? It's like if there's something that there's only one of.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. And also, I was just thinking of the novel Snow Crash. If you ever read it, like you have an internet space where, I mean, yes, the internet is infinite, but there could be a center to it, right? And real estate in that center would be like infinitely valuable in the future world.
What was the name of that novel?
I think, if I'm not remembering
Neil
wrong,
Stephenson.
Yeah, Neil Stephenson, Snow Crash. It's about like future techno dystopia, kind of, where these programmers are like ninjas, and it's really cool. Worth reading.
Yeah, sounds exciting. Cool.
I think we're going to need AI. I think we're going to need AI to solve the problem of AI, so it becomes a self-reflexive, problem at some point.
Yeah, Governor. Yeah. I need to go to lunch. I just want to say thank you to Lasan for this awesome conversation.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you. Yeah, it is getting late. I've really enjoyed this. Kyle, thank you for joining in and helped. And Daniel, I've been really, really great talking with you. I followed both of you guys, so hopefully we'll jump into some rooms in the future together.
Yeah, is there a award for having a long-lasting room? Because I think we might have got.
Yeah, this one's been going for quite a while here.
I don't know. I've seen some that are a few days, like a whole
Crazy.
weekend. It's pretty wild. Really good chatting with you guys. One quick question, if I can, with Neuralink and the implant and what they're kind of doing right now. I understand it's pretty limited interface, but the idea that I'm kind of grappling with, like as we're looking at the strength of GPT-3 and even with new algorithms being pulled out of that, OpenAI doing some fantastic things, would the idea of this Neuralink chip just being there to be able to try to capture or try to identify how the brain works, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just an incredible, like nobody knows how the brain works.
Yeah, I think,
and then being able to take that into an AI in the future.
Yeah, I think there's so like my like just from like a futurist perspective of trying to imagine what I want out of a brain computer interface, and even like a more near term like version of it. We had mentioned earlier, it's kind of just like if you could have as you're thinking Wikipedia in your head, like the most relevant part to whatever kind of topic you're talking about, just constantly a feed of what is the most relevant information to the thoughts you're having, that you can kind of reference very quickly. That seems to be a really desirable thing. And I don't know, it seems like if you can get, enough neurons to tell what a person's thinking, you're going to have at least some better of a understanding of like what the makeup of it all is. But I just don't know enough, obviously, about neuroscience or whatnot to say like what the actual work that these guys are doing is.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Before we log off here.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I get a quick? How do you guys feel about cryonics? Do you want to suspend yourself, for later reactivation, in your biological, suits? Because I'm actually I get like a $50 finder's fee, for Hoffman,
I'm hoping that like I'm under the technology curve. I feel like there is a medical technology curve that everybody who is alive is kind of like maybe right at the cusp of being able to live a lot longer than what was possible in the past. And I'm just trying to hope I'm underneath it. And I could probably do more to try and ensure that I'm underneath it since I'm still young. But it feels to me like when it comes to how long, extending life, it's like pretty soon here we're going to be able to, have little DNA nanobot machines go in and it seems like, I'm just hoping that like I'm under it so that I can live for a few hundred years at least, I guess. I don't know.
I like the term amortality, instead of immortality, amortality. That's a cool word to describe it.
All right, guys.
Well, I'll see you all in the future if you have to leave. Sounds like the sound is having some problems, but thanks again, everyone. Maybe I said a keyword, amortality, that was not kosher or something. All right. Well, thanks for all the followers. I don't hear you. I'm gonna log off here now.
希望在这3分钟的自我介绍，你可以自己事先 prepare， 那这样子在面试的时候可能会有比较好的效果。
Explain what you mean in a few words.
Well, we all have bias, right? And we all have
Sorry?
a different. We have bias as individuals, the way we work.
Yes.
And our brains, like what I see as being good, right, might actually be different to what you, Freeman, see as being good. So based on my experiences, I might.
我前后这几天也就是陆陆续续有几个面试，那是否有那 offer 现在也还没。那同时现阶段我也有其他的面试正在进行当中。那只是因为在过去的这2-3个 interview 里面，基本上我都会第一个所遇到的问题就是说自我介绍。那其实我很相信就是 first impression 是非常重要的。那只是想说，请问一下各位前辈，就是在于自我介绍的部分的话，以你们的角度，你们会觉得比较要以什么样子的方向去进行？然后你希望听到的一个重点大概会是什么样子的一个方面？然后这边作为一个参考，这样子，谢谢。
OK， 自己说，我觉得刚上一个是 Kino 嘛 ，Kino 其实已经讲的蛮完整的，就是说其实我自己在 interview 的时候，我不会特别期望candidate 去讲很多他可能家人或什么，当然你可以放进去，只是说对我来说，我更着重在是你的 professional 的 career path。好，然后你在整个 career path 在演进过程中，你有没有一个很明确的理由在 transition 的过程里面，比如说你从 A 跨产业到 B， 为什么跨？然后你跨之后你追求的是什么？为什么你要做这件事情？那你跨到那 B 产业之后，你达到什么样的成果？然后导致于到怎么样阶段你会往下？所以我觉得这个其实是蛮重要的，你必须要把这样的一个 storyline 想得很清楚。就算你没有讲，我也会问，就是有些人可能只是很快的讲说，我做过3份工作，第一份怎么样，第二份怎么样，第三份怎么样。那如果我发现你第一份跟第二份是跨产业的，我可能就问说，当初你从科技业跨到会计师事务所，为什么？好，所以我会觉得，如果你可以先，或是说有些时候，如果这个 candidate 厉害一点的，我看过一些 candidate， 他会去先铺梗，铺一些他的 selling point 在他的 self introduction 里面。就是比如说他跨产业，但是他就会在讲说，他可能在前一份工作做到 senior level， 可是他下一份去可以争取到一个主管的位置，然后就在那个主管的位置上历练。那这时候我就会很好奇了，是凭什么让你可以在现在工作里面去争取到这个主管的位置啊？那你在那里面怎么样？当你刚成为一个主管，你怎么样去证明你自己？就是我觉得这些梗，就是你都可以先铺，那面试官就会中你的计，他就会对这个很好奇，他就会去问。那些问题就是你准备过的，所以其实是会比较容易去掌控整个的 flow。对，所以我会觉得这是我的一些 add on 啦。对，
可以补充一下。
Frankie，你说。
我觉得给 Anthony 的参考就是因为我不是人资专家，但是我自己面试经验是蛮多的。那我跟你分享，我第一次跨大产业的时候，在面试的时候，我提供给那个主考官的那个回答，因为我当时的 background 是在金融业，那我完全都是在金融业的这个比较应用的领域，比方说风险管理啊，这个部分。但是我去Headhunter 帮我安排的一个工作是去在软体业卖这个所谓的商业智慧的软体，所以这两个其实我完全不搭嘎，我也没有技术背景，因为我大学学的是企管，所以对技术对资讯软体我真的完全都不懂。所以我就如同刚刚 Charlie 说的，其实我当时也做了一个小小的策略，就是我有在回答上做一些铺梗，例如说我可能去强调我在前面的金融业，我有一段经历是协助当时我们的银行建置一个新的系统，那在这系统的部分，我有去帮忙做一些系统的验收跟使用者的测试的这个全部的这个过程，所以我不单只是在我原来金融业的 background， 我也可能在这个资讯相关的部分。那从这个梗我去延伸到是说，所以我对于金融业的 language 它的 domain know how 我有一定的了解。那我插的一段就是对这个产业，就是我即将去的这个产业的专业的部分，但是我用另外一个例子去证明说，我觉得我在专业上我可以怎么样去 补强，或者是我在多少的时间内，我的计划可以怎么样做到我认为我需要去补强的部分。那我需要他给我什么样的协助？因为我是直接跟总经理面试，那我会告诉那个 CEO 说，我希望做到我希望得到什么样的 support， 那让我可以在这个工作上做得更好。那最后我会做一个结论，为什么选择我？我可能比不上其他在这个产业已经有实际经验的人，那我唯一多的价值就是我有这个专长 domain 的专长跟 know how， 所以当下那个面试我的这个主管官他完全 buy in 这一点，而且也觉得这个是一个很好的 selling point， 所以他就用我了。所以这是我的一个有过的成功经验，所以给 Anthony 参考一下，谢谢。谢谢，
蛮好的哦。其他还有 speak 要 echo 的吗？没有的话，我再补充点，就是我是觉得就是可能你要铺陈一下，刚才都有讲哦，就是可能第一个要铺陈，第二个就是可能你要举一个例子啊，比如说，我不知道这举例的恰不恰当，比如说你可以举例，你有一次意外事件，你去救了一个人，然后可是你之前都不会这个，平常你就有开始学习某方面技能，然后正好就用上，那可能就是要告诉他你有一些学习的能力，还有一些特殊的一些能力，你是符合这个岗位的要求的部分，透过一些实力的部分来带入，可能对你的面试的时候一开始可能会有一些比较不一样跟别人的部分。对，以上补充，谢谢。那我们再请下面一位这个 ELAINE， 我们美女在吗？好，请说。
嗨，钢铁侠跟各位职场大家好。然后我想针对就是有关于就是面试，应该说能得到面试机会的话，你前面一定有 CV 去经过 HR 的一个 review 跟当那个部门主管的一个确认之后，你才能进入到 interview 的状态。那其实我现在要讲的不是我的故事，因为其实我已经在就是任职中，那我只是有个学弟来问我一个问题，就是因为他的状态是比较 roughly 的，就是他是讲一下他的背景，就是说他是念法律系，然后念商业法律，然后他是之前有在 AIT 一个intern 的一个经验之后，到了一间新创公司去做了比较类似 PM 的角色，然后他在做 PM 的这段过程中，就是他们的这个 startup 是在做 SaaS 的，那这个 SaaS 他这个 PM 是要去 connecting 就是 technical 的人跟客户之间他们的需求，然后做一个沟通协调，所以他才发现他对就是管理顾问的部分有兴趣，然后他想要就是投我现在任职的公司，就 PwC 的部分。然后因为我看了他的 CV 之后，我就发现他的学历，然后之前的 intern 的经验跟他在 SaaS 工作的1年半的经验都是好的，可是好像在投我们所谓的管理顾问职的时候，因为管理顾问他其实是一个很大的一个部门，跟他其实很细项的一些工作内容不太一样，然后他就觉得说我就觉得他的这个 CV 写得很 roughly， 然后导致说他没有办法得到一个很 interview 的机会。对，就是其实我想要问的大概是 CV 到 interview 实际 interview 这个过程中，你要怎么让你的 CV 让人家 impress， 然后让人家给你这个面试机会，让你在别人主管或 HR 面谈中可以觉得你这个人是一个很棒的一个可能未来的员工。这样，以上。
好，来上面的这个 speak， 有人来先 echo 一下吗？
让我问一下，所以你学弟是想要 apply PwC 的 consulting team 吗？
对，他想要请 advisor， 可是因为我觉得他的 CV 就是写的很 rough，就是他的 CV 是好的，可是没有办法有好的东西。
他是哪里毕业
的？政大
local 的公司吗？台湾的嘛，对不对？就是
台湾的政治大学。
那他有留学经验吗
？No。
任何 global exposure，
他只有在 AIT 有 intern 经验的人。
就是在 AIT 的 intern。
对。
那还有任何 OK 好，我其实是因为我们刚好同公司啦，所以我觉得 advisory 他们的风格就是他们会想要，因为 consultant 就是他们如果要找 young talent， 一定是先看你的 educational background， 这是一定的。那对，所以通常以我了解，他们会先看政大其实已经不错，只是说前面还有很多留美常春藤学校的会回来嘛，所以他要跟这些人去做竞争。那你要跟这些学历很漂亮的人竞争的时候，要怎么胜出，就是看他有没有一些实务的经验，或是一些 global approach 去可以 show the evidence that I can I can do this job。对，所以我觉得 consulting 就是一个我们讲说很现实，就是很实际啦。因为他的 profile 摆出去给客人，客人也会看嘛。所以通常如果是一个 junior 的人，他们其实会看的是这个，或者是如果说你学弟他有其他比较中小型的 consulting firm 的工作经验，再跳过来或许有可能，因为他可能带着本来那间公司的一些人脉或 network， 那就会有一些 benefit 让他可以有一些 selling point。是可以去跟这些完全没有经验的海外的这所谓的常春藤学校毕业生来去做竞争，对，所以这个是我觉得倒不是 CV 的包装的问题，而是说他本身要去累积这个自己的竞争点，他要去了解他的 competitor 到底是谁，然后要去赢过那些人，他可以多做什么，对，所以我觉得 for long term 或是中长期。他如果现在找不到，他可以先找一个一样是 consulting firm， 但是比较中小型，很规模不像 PwC 那么大，可能做个2年，他就有机会可以再跳过来。That's my advice.
Okay, thank you.
好的，其他还有要 echo 的吗？没有，我们就从下一位，那个 TASI。Hello， 在吗？对，好，您说。对，
好了，各位老师，大家下午好。那我本身呢是，我现在目前在公部门上班。那因为年后这边我想要辞职转到私部门。那我本身是专门职业技术人员，就是属于类似会计师、律师那种技术，靠牌照过生活的技术人员。那因为我们这种政府考试经过的。都会有法定的实习日期，然后呢，因为我这2年都在公部门上班，然后遇到有一位学长，他刚好是我们这个行业里面在算领导公司里面上班，然后他就找我去面谈，1月份就找我去面谈，大家谈得蛮融洽的，然后后来过年后呢，我又跟他们的整个那个台湾的那个所长，然后再做了一次面谈，然后前几天面谈完以后呢，我就接到通知，他请我确定能够上班的时间，那我就跟他说，我过年后就已经把公部门的那个工作已经辞职了，那我可能随时可以上班。然后呢，他给我的回应呢，就是说他希望我4月6号以后再上班。那我想请问各位老师哈，因为我是看到那个今天讨论的主题，然后进来的，然后我想透过这几次的面试以后，虽然说面试的过程中，我觉得他们可能真的还蛮需要，他们目前跟我讲的是需要有一位这样子的一个估价师，然后去撑起另外一个公部门面对公部门接口的这个部门，对，然后呢，最后呢，他居然。那比较让我 care 的部分就是说，他居然请我4月6号之后再上班。那薪资的方面呢，虽然说他请我自己提出我自己的需求，就是让我自己开价，对啊，但是他也是给我一个还不错的 range 啊。但是我想请问各位老师，像这样子从1月份面试，然后2月份然后复试，然后结果是要让我等到清明节过后再上班，那这样子的公司呢，是否我进去以后会可能他们没有表面上这么需要我这个人这样子，是不是这样子呢？请各位老师给我开示一下，谢谢。
其他 speaker 有要先 echo 的吗？
我说一下，
对，因为我4点半有一个1对1的英文课，所以我先讲一下，然后我就要下线。不好意思。所以在我这边，我想要问一下你，就是说，你应征的公司是什么样类型的公司？
他是那个专业的，像律师、会计师专业。
我知道，他本来在公部门嘛。
是。
那你现在过去是做类似像做一样是 consulting， 或者是他们是专门接政府标案的类似这一种，还是怎么样？
我们的职业比较特别，我们可以接政府标案，也可以接私人的。
OK， 好，所以
我不知道各位有没有听过那个不动产估价师这个行业？
有。好，所以其实我会觉得呢，如果站在企业里面考量它onboarding day 压这么后面，有可能几个情况哈。第一个就是它是在找离职递补，那可能新的人选是做到3月底，现有人选做到3月底，这是一个。好，那另外一个当然就是有可能他内部签合流程是需要，或者说他现在有一些 candidate 在。第二个可能性是他现在有一些 candidate 在选择，所以他希望再多一点时间，就是他们希望多看看啦。好，那当然，可是以我看他跟你谈的样子，感觉他好像快 confirm 要 hire 你了，所以我觉得第二个情况可能不是这么符合。好，那所以。再来还有一种情况，有可能如果说这是他们很积极想要做的一个，我不知道他可能想要去进到那个市场，因为你刚刚说你背后代表的是一些跟公部门的关系，或是一些你知道潜在的生意嘛，对不对？所以他们有可能在内部的组织里面，他需要针对这部分去做调整，然后他们搞不好自己内部有一些 business model 也都还没确定。那可能他们计划是4月 launch， 但是 HR 可能是先找，或者主管是先谈，对，所以我会觉得就是这几种可能啦。对，那至于说如果说他都让你开 package， 然后你们也都在讨论，我会觉得你就继续go ahead proceed 这个 process， 然后你当然一边也可以找其他工作，对，只是说我不晓得你有没有很迫切的想要在3月就 onboard， 然后要上班，对。所以这个是我大概分析几种可能啦。第一个就是他本来就是一个离职递补，那前手可能到3月底。好，那第二个就是他们内部可能还在看其他人选，但这个我觉得可能性没有那么高。对，那第三个就是他内部针对你的这个任务，针对在组织上面做的一些安排，他可能内部还需要时间去做调整跟做一些 alignment， 那可能会需要到3月底的时间。对，
我讲一下就是。像您刚提到这个 case 哈，蔡先生您提到这个 case， 就是我个人觉得机会比较大，就是因为其实通常每一间公司在 hire 人的时候，或者是说开新的 headcount 出来的时候，就是新的位置出来的时候，通常不会是在当年度开的，都是在前一年度的时候做预算的时候 budgeting 的时候就决定了。那在那个时候做 budgeting 决定的时候，可能这个 headcount 的 budget 开出来的时候，可能是一开始的时候，其实就是 kick off 的时间点就是在4月，所以他会跟你讲说是在4月以后你才 on board。这样子的话，他在处理你的这个薪水部分就没有问题，因为既然他已经跟你讲了，就是主动跟你讲说，4月6号之后来上班，然后也把这个 package range 让你去开出来的话，通常在这个情况下，其实等于是他已经给你 offer 了。我觉得这个可能性会比较大，所以我看起来没有什么太大的问题。
好，谢谢各位。
我可以补充一下吗？我觉得我同意 Simon 讲的那个部分，就是因为的确很多企业它在这个预算的执行上面会有它的那个时间上的那个计划。那我自己在不同的这些外商公司也遇到过类似情况，那也有相反的情况，就是说可能他临时要补一个位置，反而很 urgent 的是要 push 我们早点去上班，这种情况也有。但通常如果像蔡刚才遇到的这个问题的话，我个人会建议就是说，如果他已经口头上已经愿意提供给你，那就是书面上的确认，就通常他会有正式的 offering letter 嘛，那如果有书面上的确认的话，那应该对你来讲应该就是更有保障了。以上是我简单的补充，谢谢。
我 echo 一下，其实真的什么问题，我是觉得就直接问。然后第二个事情就是拿到确实 paper 的 offer letter， 因为我们在别的房我们有听过这个给你 offer， 然后嘴巴讲的，然后最后在最后一刻也说不需要，这个也是一个很大的风险，因为你毕竟要等到那个时间4月6号。
那我可不可以请问一下，如果反过来说，即使已经给了书面的 offer letter， 其实是不是有可能企业也会因为不得已或者是因为刻意的原因去反悔？那这个时候如果作为这个面试的 candidate 要怎么去保护自己或者去争取自己的权利？
这个部分呢， 因为我法律系的这个部分呢，假如说公司证已经下了 offer， 然后你也收到，也跟公司 confirm 的部分了。假如说你真的辞职的话，将来在举证上面是可以向公司去做求偿的部分的。那可是，一般很少人会这样去做。那我想刚才就是补充一下，刚才就是他有，我倒是建议你可以去。就是也跟公司发个函啊，问他是说，因为你通知我3月啊，或是我不知道他有没有通知你啊，就是是不是你说为什么又延到4月？这是第一个，你可以去直接问清楚。他假如说他愿意坦诚不公，他也愿意用你这个人的话，那我相信他就会跟你讲说是什么样的理由，比如说他因为前面那个人因为要离职，可是因为那个 case 还没交接清楚，我帮他留下来一下时间。那我觉得这个，然后避免公司的这个费用浪费掉，或者怎样，就找你进来。所以他讲出来比较合理、可以接受理由，我觉得那你可以过去。他假如说他理由又讲不出来，就有可能刚才像 Charlie 讲的这些问题啊，我觉得也是有可能。那我就建议你，我不知道你现在工作辞掉没？假如你公部门假如还没辞掉，流程也还没走完的话。公部门我知道都可以谈到，你有需要的话，特别是议员，我认识很多啊，立委、国民党、民进党我都很熟啊，这边我也可以协助你啊，你可以私下Echo，我都可以帮助你继续回到原先岗位去工作，应该是没有问题的。所以我就说你自己要想清楚，反正我是建议你可以去问一下，问清楚，因为反正去不去这些都是对于你将来心理上都有一个疙瘩嘛。那我倒觉得你可以开诚布公的去跟公司去了解一下到底什么样的情况，然后你再来思考下一步会比较好。以上是我的建议啊。
好，谢谢老师，谢谢。
Vincent 大大，我要先下线了，感谢大家下。
好，你等会下线先不要人不要走，因为我要让大家去 follow 我们。然后因为我这个房也要关了，我大概4点半就关了，让大家都休息一下。那大家就等一会儿一人讲一句话。Charlie 你先讲好了。好，就是上面所有 speaker 送给下面的伙伴们一句话，然后大家都留5分钟给大家 follow， 然后我就关房。对，好，你先讲。
好，我先讲，就是我觉得找工作是，我自己也曾经就是找5个月找不到工作，所以我知道那个辛苦跟焦虑的感觉。那我觉得其实还是回归到一点，就是你就相信自己嘛，然后做好功课，然后所有东西都会有最好的安排啦。就是只要你自己做好功课，然后相信自己，持续努力的话，你会找到对的公司的。其实有时候你录取它也不一定是对的，你可能做2年发现想要换的有可能，但是 anyways 就是总之会有好的结果的。对，然后今天很开心可以跟大家分享经验。对，那我们在下礼拜2晚上也8点也会有另外一场，就是我们 HR， 我们邀请一些 HR 朋友来聊一下关于整个职涯转职啦，或是 career path 的部分。所以如果大家对那一集有兴趣，也可以一起上来提问。我们一样会用像今天这样 Q&A 的方式，然后欢迎大家也那时候可以上来提问。好，以上，谢谢，感谢大家，我要去上课，好，拜拜。
谢谢。我们换下一个 Daniel， 在吗 ？Hello，
我是 Daniel。我想给大家几句话就是因为虽然我们这个房是在谈面试但是我遇到更多的面试者，他其实是其实我们需要的是把自己当产品也就是说你在卖自己的以前过往的经验跟历史啦。
Hi Russ， Hi，
那我建议是大家说要在这个工作或者现在这个位置上多去创造一些自己的故事或自己的经验。那实际上只要你在下一个面试的时候，你都拿得出一些经验，而且是可以拿出来，真的是当面跟人家说你有骄傲的事情，其实准备就很简单了准备真的就会很简单所以我只希望大家认真面对每一天这样子那这样大家自然就很顺利。谢谢。
好，下一位 Frankie。
哦，到我了，好的，很高兴，谢谢今天 Vincent 的邀请，那也很开心能够跟大家分享一些，我个人的一些简短的经验。那我觉得面试找工作，其实面试这件事情其实不是从找工作开始，是在我们一开始踏入职场的时候，基本上就已经开始了，就是前面累积了什么样的努力跟结果，可以作为后面面试的时候所提供的一些材料。那同时呢，我也建议大家就是其实找工作是一个有的时候是要看天时地利人和，也要讲究缘分。那我自己也曾经在找工作的过程里面遭遇过非常多的困难跟考验，但是我觉得就像前面的 speaker 提到，凡事都是最好的安排，所以就是我觉得一个平常心，但是平常做好准备，我相信任何时候只要机会来临的时候都会有最好的结果。以上是我简单的分享，谢谢大家，有机会的话我们再可以多交流，谢谢。
谢谢，我们再请下一位。Hello， 上面的
我吗？
好，都可以。
哦，好，哦，大家好，我是 Ethan。其实我觉得听下来，大家的问题其实都我们大家以前都遇过啦。那我觉得大家一起互相鼓励啊。其实我跟大家说一下，就是我经历过2次的那个之前那都是外商公司。那我觉得不管怎么样，就是离不离开这个职位，或者是在不在职这个职位，你都要保持，就是我随时都有被换掉的那个 moment， 因为没有人是不可以取代的。但是我觉得就是持续做你能做的，然后持续做你能讲的，然后保持你的初心。我觉得剩下的话就是因为你不知道下一波是什么，那我相信就像刚刚 Charlie、Daniel 讲，就是上天会有一个安排给你，关了一扇窗，另外一扇窗也会打开的，所以 keep going， don't worry。
好的，换下一位，谢谢。
不然我先好了。感谢大家今天热烈的讨论。还是老句话，就是一个面试者自己本身要对自己负责，把你的 resume 做好，然后很有自信的去面对你的应试者。希望你们求职顺利，谢谢。
谢谢，我们再请下一位。
今天很高兴就是有这个机会跟大家分享一下我个人的一些经验，同时也吸取到很多宝贵的看法跟意见哈，从不同的 speaker 身上也学到很多。我想分享给这个 chat room 的 audience 一句话，就是 Be yourself and well prepared。谢谢。
喂，好，现在请下面一位 Amanda。
他好像没有反应。
他可能不稳定吧。
喂，然后 Amanda 可能不在线上哈，那我想今天开这个房就是让大家能够在就业跟这个创业上面做一些分享，也希望在未来这边的部分呢，然后可以给大家很多的一些帮助跟收获的部分那这边 speak 都是非常优秀的，也欢迎大家继续 follow。然后我们是在做就业跟创业这一块，也是开了很多青年创业基地。那我们也希望能够辅导大家，然后大家继续可以 follow 我。然后有一些东西呢，我没看到的时候，我有看到的时候，我都会回答你透过 IG 上面的部分。那我们也陆续会开房，然后大家 follow 我，然后打开小铃铛，然后点开那个小铃铛，然后这些 always 的部分那我们随时开房就会知道，我们就欢迎大家一起来做这些分享。那这个群我大概再留5分钟给大家 follow 各位上面的大神然后我就会把房间门关掉。也谢谢大家，我们陪伴了那么长的时间，4个小时，谢谢大家，
谢谢
Vincent， 谢谢
Vincent，
谢谢各位，谢谢各位。
谢谢大家，我们大概在5分钟关房哈，那大家还没 follow 的就赶快看看，然后把它 follow 下去，谢谢大家。
谢谢大家，我们关房咯，谢谢大家，再见，
拜拜，
拜
拜。
拜拜，谢谢 Speak， 下次一起来，
谢谢徐大哥，
谢谢 Vincent，请大家 follow 我，
谢谢大家，
拜拜。